Okay. We're starting off today with deck building. Um, as you all know, if you want to do the deck tech thing, you just head to the link in the corner to our Ko-fi. Blah blah blah. It's Wednesday, deck tech day. That's what we do. Okay. We're starting off with the Ghoul Gunslinger just because he's cool and he's. I think there will be a dog meat in the pod, and so we'll do another one like this. Hello, Elect Man. I feel like this card was mainly meant to go into a 99 than Commander, but I'm interested. Yeah, it does appear that the secret layer, the Fallout secret layers, were made so that you could slot them into the different decks, the different precons. But I personally think that this guy is a great commander on his own. So what do we want to do? What do we want to do? We get to break out a little bit here. I gotta check the other decks that I'm building along with. But I think we might be in bracket 3 today, which is not common for decked out. Yeah. Yeah, bracket 3. So it should have a little bit more gas than we usually do. We can play around with some game changers. Treasure value with Rev and Pingers. It's a possibility. Because we can go zombies, we can go mutants, we can go mill and rad counters, graveyard stuff. We can also rad ourselves, so we could do a self graveyard strategy, or we can do treasures. Persist loop for infinite mana. I think that is probably not what we're going for here, but that is a very real thing you can do with this commander. I think if we were building a bracket 4 one, we would definitely do that. Yeah, because he didn't come with any cards that like work with him, right? Because this is the one that's designed to go with the Mothman precon. And these don't like really go with him at all, though. Hello, Groot. It's because AI has gotten really crazy these days. So this virtual avatar of Veggiewagon is pretty accurate. No, I think zombies is a good bracket 3 plan. It's definitely one of those creature types that can survive in the higher brackets. I'm waiting for some sort of inspiration to hit me. Well, I guess let's start putting in some stuff that is probably going in the deck no matter what way we build it. feel like zombie, mutant, rad counter. Tombstone Stairwell. I've been putting that in too many decks recently. It's non-token too. We are bumping up power level a little bit, so I don't mind a grave crawler here. We'll see if we decide to put in another piece of that combo, but probably not. Restless Dead. What is Restless Dead? Ha, classic. What a classic. But we don't want regenerate. We want this to die. We want all of our zombies to be killable. Rico, twin reflections and clones and Chimera. Oh god. All right. I was like on board for a moment. Right? Did I click the wrong thing? One from Avacyn. Restless. Oh, the curse? Curse of the Restless Dead? Is that what you mean? Relentless Dead. Whoa. Yeah, that's definitely a different card. Dies, pay 1, return it to hand. Dies, pay X, return another zombie with... Yeah, there we go. Yeah, now we're talking. I just want to see, because like I think this does just end up being zombies, like a good zombie deck. Ooh, yeah. We need you. Because like, yeah, these are the only mutants that are available to us. The Persistent Goblin? Yeah, we probably do that. Yeah, we'll do one of these. I think we just take all the stuff we can play, right? This is 3 rad counters, then make X zombies where X is total number of rads among players. Yeah, we're definitely doing this. Yeah, do you remember what that zombie's called? Rot Hulk. Do a little casting zombies from the graveyard. That seems good. Yeah, I don't remember what the name of the persistent goblin is, but we'll definitely add it once I think of it. The Carrion Feeder seems good here. That's a $5 card. Crazy. I guess Nuclear Fallout as a good board wipe. Stitcher Supplier. Stitcher Supplier I think is fine. It depends on how much we're leaning into a strategy that cares about the graveyard. Oh, Undead War Chief. What a classic. What a classic. Phyrexian Crusader. I don't know that I know this card. Oh, ew, ew. I try to avoid cards with like infects or toxic unless the deck is themed around them. This one is pretty good. But I also think it's particularly brutal considering we already know one of the decks in the pod is two of the colors that has protection from, red and white. One of the decks in the pod also half red. But you're not wrong. Good zombie. Like, I think it's a good card. I think you would normally be okay to include it here. But I try not to put, when we're designing for the show, I try not to put hard counters in decks for each other. Yes, the skeleton, not a zombie. Because apparently there's a distinction. I'm like, it's a reanimated corpse. They're the same thing. Revel in riches. Eh. Oh, yeah. There is this guy. That is a zombie. That is a zombie. Yeah, zombie cards in graveyard seems good. And then cast, make more zombie. Zoo if fit. Yeah, but I want, if I'm bringing them back, I want them to come back as zombies, not as skeletons, which are apparently different things. Black market. Black market, maybe. I don't, it depends on, it depends on if we think we have a good use for all of the mana. I'm also going to move that to sideboard. The sideboard is like cards that I'm going to look back at. Razor Lash, too weak. I don't like that card. Can't block. Costs a bunch to bring it back. Comes back on its own? Does it? Doesn't come back on its own. For 2 black, yeah. That's a sideboard card. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Oh, this is one of my favorites. We need an Undead Augur. So much card draw. And no choice. People can kill you with this card, and I think that's fun. Thank you, Nerd Girl. Of course, like I said in the beginning, if you are interested in a deck tech today, you can just go to the Ko-fi link, and they are available for you. Yeah. Here, I'll humor you. I'll put Zoophyte as a sideboard card because I feel like for zombies, there's just better options that bring them back as with abilities. Nerd Girl, this is something that we're brewing for. Don't worry. I'm doing work I'm supposed to be doing. This is for one of the pods that's upcoming. I actually, since you're here, you can tell me if you think I should be doing more work than this. Yes. I was trying to be sneaky about it and only allude to what it would be. But I was like, okay, I thought that this deck was a good idea. And so adding another Fallout one. It does get a little weird since the other deck is not Fallout, but I was like, okay, maybe it could be like Fallout versus Final Fantasy, or I could make three Fallout ones and then have this person be the odd man out. I don't know. But I figured it was a safe bet to do one of the Fallout ones that is definitely we could. All right. Let me do this then. So nobody pay attention to what I'm searching right now. But I think for the secret episode, we can find enough things. Because the ones that I was thinking that we haven't done, I think this is a funny choice. See you, Red. And then we have gotten a good number of other ones. You know, we didn't do like Paco and Halden, and they're pretty popular. I don't remember what else we did. Oh, right. Yes. That's okay. That's tricky because I was thinking about the cosplay possibilities for this pod, not for the Pichu pod, and then I was like, okay, good opportunity to also do this these new ones, but that is the thing you just reminded me of is why is the real reason we should save it. Okay, now let me see what the other options are, and I'll reform the pod. Hello, Cecil. Yeah, I mean I guess it's popular enough. The deck kind of only builds one way. We also haven't checked, or I won't speak for you, but I don't know if we've checked to see if the person who is doing the secret thing finds that joke to be good or not. But I guess at the very least, this is a pretty safe bet because it's still a fresh deck. I think it can be played with any of the choices that PG has sent us. So yeah, I'll at least finish this one up, but I won't specifically lock in that what they are playing. Okay. Do one of these bad boys. Somebody said something, oversold cemetery or haunted crossroads. Haunted crossroads. I haven't thought about haunted crossroads in a while. That's the one that puts it from graveyard on top of library, right? That looks like a sideboard card to me. It's a really cool card. We have to figure out if there's actual stuff to do with it in this deck. And oversold, I don't mind that. It should be pretty easy for us to get 4 in the yard. All right. Well, let's start zombifying this thing. Oh, cool. And there's a Fallout version of this. Sick. Cemetery Reaper. Let's see. Exile a creature card from graveyard. Yeah, make a zombie. Lord of the Undead, baby. We just have the Fallout version. Centurion of the Marked. Yeah, right. Zombie cards. Good old give all my zombies the gross finger. Tomb Tyrant. What is Tomb Tyrant? Zombies boost. Sack a creature. Return a zombie creature card at random for your graveyard of the battlefield. Only during your turn. Only if there are at least 3 zombies in graveyard. That's cool. I like it. That's very cool. I don't do a lot of zombie zombie decks for myself, so definitely some of the newer ones I don't know so much about. Oh yeah, somebody said Midnight Reaper. That also seems good, because like we're not as focused on token zombies. Like a lot of these will just make them anyway. Dreadslaver. Dreadslaver. Dealt damage by a Dreadslaver this turn, dies. Return it to the battlefield under your control as a black zombie in addition to its other colors and types. That is a very interesting zombie. We're going to sideboard that bad boy. If you're going to rad yourself, well, you need some life gain. Not necessarily. We can rad opponents. We can rad ourselves. And the rad damage is like not too much. Tombstone Stairwell. Yes. I think Red suggested that earlier. I just have to be careful because I've been putting it in too many decks. Like I think it's pretty good, but and also it's not a non-bow, but it isn't. It has some anti-synergy with the deck. Dreadhorde Invasion. Yeah, I think that's even less than a maybe for me. Because because it only makes tokens. We're like specifically trying to not token. Sacrifice and Saw in Half would be pretty good. They would be they're pretty good. We are like more focused on non-token zombies, but like we'd still get effects. Like those are pretty good. Sacrifice also not as much because our zombies don't typically cost too much. Ever After. Running up to 2 creatures from graveyard battlefield. Each of those is a zombie in addition. I'm actually, we don't need to run this because all of our stuff is already going to be a zombie. So we can probably reanimate stuff for a better rate than this. Hello, Maxathon. Poxwalkers. That's something goes into the graveyard. We can bring this back or something. You cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand. I think this is another one where we put it in the sideboard and we check later to see if we have enough ways that we're casting from graveyard. Like Haunting Voyage. Exactly like Haunting Voyage. Or maybe we do the OG. Oh, wait, there's a new one. There's a new one, right? Well, let's play that one because that's fresh. I think it's something Bloodline Bidding. Choose a creature type, return all creatures chosen type from graveyard to battlefield. Dreadhorde General, that's definitely a maybe. Because creatures dying, draw a card, that's pretty good. But what's the Lily that specifically works with zombies? I know one of them does. Taval's. Yeah, I don't know that this deck is like focused on stuff coming back out of the graveyard. I think it's going to be more of a secondary thing. Like, I don't think there will be enough of it to justify Taval's Judgment. Yeah, Radroach I left out on purpose because I think this is primarily a zombies deck. And then if we have stuff that works with the other things that is already good in the zombie shell, then we add those, but yeah. Thoughts on tutors for the show? Tutors, well, typically we're playing in bracket 2, like well-made bracket 2 decks, and we tend to avoid tutors. But this pod is bumped up a little bit. So we might be open to some tutors, especially if they're thematic. Miasmic Mummy. And Patriarch's Bidding is also fun. Yeah, that's one that I don't know what this card is. Miasmic Mummy. Enters, each player discards a card. That's pretty solid. However, I think yeah, I also try to avoid cards that like amplify other game plans, and we actually don't want to help Dogmeat put stuff into the graveyard. Oh, that's true, Cecil. That's true. The number one Fallout fan. We appreciate it. Need a Plague Belcher, baby. Corpse Harvester. I don't remember this one. Oh, I do remember this one. Good throwback. This is exactly the kind of tutor that I am on board for. Hell yeah. Mariposa Military Base. Is this like a rad counter or something? Tapped. If you do, you get 2 rad counters. Draw a card. Cost 1 less for each rad counter you have. Yeah, I like that. Oh, Noxious. Noxious is so good. Noxious is so good. It or another zombie at all comes into play. All non-zombies get -1. This card is so strong. Ah, the German invasion! Hello, hello! Herem Kommandiert. I'm sure that I pronounced that correctly as a stupid American. But hello, thank you for the raid. Hello, hello. It's going pretty great. We're building a Ghoul Gunslinger deck to be played on Decked Out. So if you all have any suggestions, let me know. I think we're leaning pretty heavily into the zombie theme. Oh, okay. Radstorm Crow in disguise as Ravine. Screeching Scorchbeast. What are you? Oh, don't worry. Oh, yeah, we got that one. We got that one. This is one of the few non-zombies I decided to include because it is at least still a mutant and big and punchy. Like, this is going to get damage through with Flying a Menace, and then it also is going to help produce more zombies. Illicit Masquerade. I have been trying to get Illicit Masquerade into a deck. This might be the one, since we are so focused on non-token creatures. Let's add it to the deck. I cannot guarantee it won't get cut later, but I think this might be a good home for it. Zombie Apocalypse. Didn't even know there was a card called Zombie Apocalypse. Oh, God. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we should. Yeah. But yes, hi, everybody. Hello, Get Rock. The Germans are here, and hopefully they know they're zombies. Ooh, I want to... Unstoppable Slasher is a zombie, dies and it returns itself, so you still get the ghoul trigger. I decided against the Radroach just because it requires like you to think ahead of it before playing it, even if you haven't gotten it. And I want, I think focusing more on the zombie game plan is what I'm here for. Oh yeah, Nuclear Fallout. We got you. Phyrexian Reclamation, I think, is a good card for decks that are not as good at bringing things back from the graveyard. Putrid Goblin, thank you. We were looking for that, the name of that. Yeah, I think that's good. Oh, we should do the reverse one, too. Butcher Ghoul. 1/1 zombie with Undying. Mickey, are we playing Mickey in this? Is this a Mickey deck? Hey, Jarvis. Conrad, boo. Conrad's pretty good, but not a zombie. I feel like we should have enough zombies that do the win the game thing. So if we include Mikaeus, it does mean that the deck has the 2-card infinite, Micaeus, and Putrid Goblin. We have to... We're always very careful about infinite combos on Decked Out. They're not banned, but we have to consider, because like we don't want players to have to play bad. So what happens if they just have this? Like, what if they just assemble this turn 5? Do we have a sack out in the deck? I mean, there's a carrion feeder here. I think zombies are bound to have some more as we put them in the deck. I guess that's the only free sack outlet currently. So we're not in too much trouble. I'm going to put this on the sideboard, but I think there's a good chance that it makes it in. Mofo Silva. What's going on? West Tech Tyrant. Oh, it's the Grave Titan. Yeah. Actually, oh, yeah, you're going to be the perfect person to know, like, the alt art ones, because that is... That we definitely want in for the flavor. Yeah. And like Grave Titan, totally fine card. Nim Death Mantle. Is that even good here? If I can spell. Gets +2, has Intimidate, becomes a zombie, although pretty much everything we have is a zombie. When it is put in your graveyard, pay 4 to return it. I don't know that we have that. Oh man, Yuna up to bracket 4. Yeah. I mean, like, I think that deck is pretty sick, and it'll be interesting to see how it feels functioning in bracket 4. Because like at that point, you gotta... Oh yeah, definitely Vods. This card is awesome. I love Split Second. Pyre of Heroes. Okay, so now we gotta think. Because I think Pyre of Heroes is really good here. But this is one of the trickier things to decide for the show. This card changes a lot depending on how much on your knowledge of the deck. And we don't know who exactly will be playing this deck. It could be one of us, it could be a guest. Because like I think if you put Pyre of Heroes on the board, it is kind of the thing you should be doing every turn. And that can be really difficult if you're piloting this for one of the first times. So that's a sideboard. Zombie Master, is that the one that gives them regenerate? Yeah, it gives them regenerate and Swamp Walk. Centurion of the Mark. Oh, we got Centurion. For sure. Because I went to Lord of the Undead right away and I was like, oh, that's got an alt. Yeah. Yeah. No, Mofo, I just mean, like, yeah, because you could just decide to cut a game changer and keep it in bracket 3. Because once you go from 3 to 4, at that point, it's hard to not just go, okay, well, unlimited game changers. Maybe we just game change like the crap out of this thing. But oh yeah, we do need definitely all of the alternates that we can put into this deck that fit the theme. right? Okay, so there's this one, right? This is Fallout, but I think this one is probably in the dog meat deck. So let's find the other ones from like the original decks. Oh man, I'm gonna have to like Duskborn. I don't remember when these came out. There we go. Yeah. There we go. This one. I'm pretty sure I have this one. Yes, Soul Ring. There's a command tower that's Whoa, what is this from? I need that command tower. Does anybody know what this is? I don't know what that's from. Sad Robot? Yeah, but we probably don't run that here. It's from a book promo. Yes, the Furby ones. Victimize probably been pretty good. Yeah, that sounds great here. Remind me after I put this after I find the Fallout command tower. Definitely want to Victimize. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this one. A book promo. Now I gotta find that book because I really like that command tower. So there's like maybe only one other retro border command tower, right? All right, hold on. So I'm scrolling back up because I want to make sure, because there were a lot of suggestions. Okay. Yeah, after Pyre of the Heroes, Wake the Dead. What is Wake the Dead? I appreciate all of your help because like I said, zombies is like a little more out of my wheelhouse. I just don't build zombies that often. Turn X creatures from graveyard to battlefield, sack at end step. Ho 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 ho. During combat on opponent's turn. Okay. I'm interested. Diregraph Colossus. I feel like I knew this one. Yeah, we already got it. Let's see, Afterlife. I assume you mean Afterlife from the Loam. I don't know that we want to be delving in this deck. Let's see. Oh, Fabled Passage is funny. Like the command tower, I don't know if we want Fabled Passage in here in our monocolor deck. I think we can get away with a command tower. But also I think the dog meat deck will be like totally decked out in all of this, every secret layer and cool Fallout one that could be in it. So right. Victimize. Definitely Victimize. Seems excellent here. All right, I'm catching up to the chat now. Hello, Rob the Princess. What's our game plan here? Game plan is zombie. That's it. It's zombie. Yeah, we're probably just it's like non-token zombie, sacrifice, like I don't know. We're just we're for the most part building a base and hopefully getting a little bit more direction out of that, but this one might be more straightforward. Let's see. Greaves. I don't know if this deck is a Greaves deck. I don't think we need a Greaves here. Gisa only makes zombie tokens, right? And Gisa the Hellraiser is the Thunder Junction one. Call to the Grave might be slow. Yeah, but man, I feel like I haven't seen a Call to the Grave in forever. Because, like, is it slow? Sure, yes. 5 mana is I think too much for this effect in 2026, but perhaps. Okay. Promo for the first printing of a new Strixhaven book. Oh, it's the okay. That checks out. I was thinking about getting that book anyway. So, we running Nuclear Fallout? We sure are. What about Sephiroth? Not a zombie. He would probably be pretty good here. I don't know. Because I think Sephiroth is a case of jamming generic good card into deck, and I'm actually not sure that this is particularly good at flipping him. And I think if the deck can't do the super cool thing, then I just go with a different version of it. I just put like a Blood Artist in or something. Haven't thought about Skull Clamp. Yeah. I like Skull Clamp a lot better in a deck that makes tokens or makes things that it automatically kills. Let's see, Giralf. Giralf's Messenger. What do you... Tapped. Opponent loses 2 life. Undying. Yeah, seems fine. I'm a little less hot on this one because, like, the target opponent loses 2 life is like meh, but we do really like Undying in this deck, so yeah. Diamond City too slow. Also, like, isn't that like $1 billion? Grotto. Oh yeah, for sure. Unholy Grotto. Yeah, being able to put zombies back in graveyard on top. Funeral Room Awakening Hall. I don't hate that because Bastion of Remembrance has Fallout art. Yeah, we were considering Black Market also. We just got to make sure that this deck actually cares about you, like, generating a ton of mana and using it. Otherwise, I don't know that I want to spend 5 mana on that in this deck. Funeral Room Awakening Hall. We're probably good on this. Drain for creatures dying. And then, the late game, try to win the game button. Let's see. Oh yeah, this card is definitely good in Mothman. Shepherd of Rot. Shepherd of Rot is a dangerous card. And it's definitely one we would have to be careful with because this effect is very good. If you're just building this deck straight up, run it for sure. But it has the potential to make the game on Decked Out very short. And we don't want that because that's less time for our wonderful guests to be their entertaining selves. We have to think about this one. Yeah. We are running Gravecrawler. Is there a Fallout version of Gravecrawler? I didn't think to check. But yeah, Archghoul of Thraben could be a good one. We are running Zul Ashur. I have a line for a Serac combo. Yeah, I don't think we're doing that here. We are running Zombie Apocalypse. Oh, Ghoul's Night Out. That's just a fun card. Like, just to... I don't remember if we care about this here. Each player choose a creature in the player's graveyard. They are put on the battlefield as zombies. And they gain Decayed. Okay. Yeah, that's great. Because that gives us non-token zombies and a way for them to die. Yeah, I'm not. I don't think we're running Afterlife because I don't know that this deck is able to put a lot of cards into the graveyard. It just puts enough, and then I don't want to have to exile our own zombies. Kindred Dominance. That reminds me, what's the smaller one? What's the -3 one? The -3 board wipe that cares about creature type. Kindred Dominance is also probably fine here, but I think I'd prefer the smaller one. I just don't remember what that's called. Oh, you know what? The new Sidisi, I think, would be real fun here. Is a zombie, sacks a creature, returns a creature. That's what I'm looking for. On the Afterlife issue, are we using rag counters on ourselves for self-mill and treasure? I think we're not sure. We might be. Yeah, you know what? That's a good point. We probably are. But I think I like the Ghouls Night Out as a more flavorful version of that effect. Bog is in the secret lair. I'd have to think. We'd have to decide, does this pod need somebody with a Bojuka Bog? I also just like Patriarch's Bidding. What a classic card for me. I feel like I've been talking about this more and more recently, but like that was a real hot card when I started playing Magic. Original printing and Onslaught. Yeah, Lily's in the maybe pile. Any good proliferate? I think I'm not going to focus on the proliferate angle here. Just because the rads are like a secondary thing to what we're doing. Herald's Horn. Oh, I think Herald's Horn is pretty mid. Overall, as a card, period. I'm not that much of a fan. What's the new one? What's the new one from Lorwyn? Because like that one is the one that I think I'd be more interested in for a deck like this, because I believe it has an option to also Gathering Stone. I don't think I like either of those cards, but this one I'd be more inclined to try because you can put cards into your graveyard and it digs as soon as it enters. But I am not hot on any of those kinds of cards. Urza's Incubator? I mean, it's fine. Oh, no, yeah, not the new Vanquisher's banner. Although, maybe that would also be good here. Conqueror something? Nope, not Conqueror something. I don't remember. Oh, Sibsig. Is this a Sibsig deck? That would make me really happy. Champion of the Parish. I think Champion of the Parish is fine, but Cryptic Gateway, also a classic. Chronicles of Victory, thank you. Chronicle of Victory. Is this what we want here? Because also like one of my like secondary priorities for building decks for the show is we do want to show off the new hotness. We want to know, are these cards good in practice? So 6 mana, we choose zombie. Those zombies get first strike and trample. When we cast a zombie, we draw a card. I think this is because we talked about this on the podcast. I think this card is overrated. But in this deck, this might be what we're looking for. Because we are casting a lot of our zombies since we're focused on non-token zombies. Mono black does not have a lot of ways to do the overrun effect of like boost my stuff and give them evasion all in one go. I think this is actually a very good deck for Chronicle of Victory. Yes, Soulstone and Mofo and Ravine have said Soulstone. Sure. I think I've been trying not to jam the Soulstone into every black deck, just because this is not a card that everybody has access to. But we are bumping up the power level a little bit for this deck, so Soulstone I think is great here. Okay. So now I gotta think though. I gotta think the Heartless Summoning and or Sibsig Ceremony is a big one. I think it's hard for me not to put a Sibsig Ceremony in a deck. What a cool card. And it does exactly what we want. I'm just I think we do want this. I think this is just really cool. Works great with the deck. And reminds me to put in the enchantment destroyers. Just in case you need an out for your own. Let's see, Ripples of Undeath. I don't think we're that graveyard focused. Grave Digger or Grave Shifter. For infinite. Oh, you mean like using Grave Digger to grab the shifter and back and forth. Let's see. Okay. Oh, Endling is a cool card that I feel like people don't see very often. Well, let me see. So it is a zombie, Menace, Death Touch, Undying, which we do like. I think it's a solid maybe. I do love a good Soldevi Adnate, but I think it doesn't shine in this deck. Sibsig could lock you out of Commander. Yeah, it could. It could. It's something we'll have to consider, but like the card is super hot here. Yeah, Mickey is probably good here. Already on Crypt Gas for the mana. I think it's fine. I I don't think this deck needs. Uh, like I guess it's the wrong way to think about it. Every deck could use more mana, but I don't think this deck wants to take a turn off of playing something that does zombie stuff for a Cryptcast. Line of Orcus is cool, but I think that's only making zombie tokens. Reanimators will probably, yeah, I think we should find some more reanimation. Massacre Red also fine. Yeah, roaming throne. Yeah, because now roaming throne is also getting played in standard because the elemental players use it. So it's that's when cards really, when they're commander staples and they are seeing constructed play. So like Badger Mole Cub and now roaming throne. Tarians is fine. Oh, did you? Was that the deck that you played? You played the Elementals one with Roaming Throne, Nerd Girl. Nice. Yeah, that deck is pretty good. Enough swamps for Scepter of Eternal Glory. Maybe. Like that, or like Throne of Eldraine as big rocks. Any changelings? Depends if like there are ones that are worth it. I feel like zombies are pretty well supported. The deck's not the most wide. I gotta look at these deck lists again. I gotta figure out where our line is. Can open them on the Stram. Did I update the Hojo list yet? No, but remind me, because after this we could take a look. If I don't get, we have to make sure that Nerd Girl has left because it's not sanctioned assigned homework. But I would like to look at it again. Is this? Well, that didn't work. Also, okay, yeah, so this is what we're working against. Like it's running some of the fairer game changers. We, stuff that you don't see as much on Decked Out, like Esper Sentinel. But like as far as things go, this is a pretty fair dog meat deck. Black Market Connection, yeah, it's I think that would be fine, but yeah, we have Stitcher in the sideboard right now, but I just don't think that this is really what the deck cares about. Like, this deck does not need things to be in the graveyard. It just incidentally puts them there. And Shambling Gas is like solid value, but we'll see if we need to fill in more like one drop spots. We are on Undead Warchief, and Ebon Death. Ebon Death is also. I think that's a good idea because we can cast from graveyard, and it is like we're definitely we're kind of front heavy right now. So you can cast it if a creature not named Ebon Death died this turn. We are good at making things die. And a 5/2 in the air, like that will get the job done. Scourge of Nel Tothwork. I don't remember exactly the way that you recast this from the graveyard. 2 and sacrificing 2 creatures. Maybe. I think that's pretty solid. Deadly Plot. Four mana, destroy or return a zombie from graveyard to battlefield tapped. That's pretty good. It's some good flexibility. And being able to do it at instant speed. So like, yeah. I haven't really seen this card, so. Yeah, I think I'm not as worried about like sacrificing. We have like a good number of things that can sacrifice. And you can always just run stuff into players. Can we deck tech standard decks? Sure. Oh yeah, but the Flare of Malice, that's a good suggestion. Considering we're really focused on non-token zombies. I do like Will of the Abzan. Oh. We should probably be on Dread Return here. Since we are milling ourselves pretty often. Yeah. I think this will be kind of the player will have the option on who they want to target. If they're like, "Oh, I really need stuff in my own graveyard," then you hit yourself. Or if I need mana, hit yourself. Or if I need to finish out, like deal some damage to people, hit them. So it'll be either way. Curse Cloth is cool. This is a cool card. Zombies get +1. Creature gains Embalm. Yeah, I think we're not worried as much on the milling part. Also, the Wretched is like the sack a thing. Because I think that's not great here, right? All right. Oh, X equal to power. I was thinking it was X equal to mana value, but stuck on an ad. That's wild. I don't think I'm on this one. What is Ghoul Caller's Chant? A return a creature or 2 zombies? Yeah, I like that. Crowded Crypt. Oh, is that the Mana Rock? I think that's fine. Meat Hook would be solid. Oh, I keep forgetting. What is this? What is the -3 board wipe that cares about creature type? Ravine, that's weird. That's very weird. I don't know. I've never heard of that happening before. Crippling Fear. Thank you. Meat Hook. Meat Hook. Meat Hook. Do we want a Meat Hook here? Hello, Ice Prophet. Hey, Jesus. Doing pretty good today. We are like... Are we on Virtue of Persistence? I don't think so. I think if we had more like consistent big targets to reanimate, I'd be on it, but yes, Ultra Ball. Ice Prophet. Yeah, that was a real good time. That was I thoroughly enjoyed myself. Yeah, we are on the cemetery. Yeah, I think the ghoul is really cool, Commander. Yeah, I gotta watch the show. I gotta watch the show. I saw episode 1. So I have not oh no, wait. I think I saw this. I see the appearance of the ghoul for the first time. So maybe that's episode 2, but I don't think I'm going to do the death mantle. Let me. We already added this, right? I don't think we have an arcane signet in this. Should be a Fallout one of these too, right? Hey, yeah, there we go. All right, we're at 63 right now. We're 63 right now. I think we have 3 lands in. I think this deck could go with some like a little bit more top end, a little bit more mid. We're at 33 creatures. That's like decent. But this deck really wants non-token creatures, so yeah, I assumed that Rod Princess was not spoiling the show for us and was making a joke. Soulless one, what a throwback. I remember that cycle. Here, let me show you all. Soulless one. So there was a cycle of blank ones from Onslaught. See, mofo. I should update that deck. That deck is nasty. And they were all representatives, like avatars of the creature type of each color that was being focused on in the set, and the power and toughness was equal to the number of that type in play, and then would get an additional bonus. The soulless one is zombies in play and in all graveyards, which was a pretty good one. I'm trying to remember what the other ones were. The big one that I remember is that the blue one got shafted so hard. The other ones got like pretty decent abilities. I think the elves one got trample, so like great for a big body. The I don't know, they all had like something that was good. And then the blue one for wizards, nameless one, had morph. As a morph lover, I was like, this sucks. Yeah, I don't think I'm running nameless or soulless one here because just large statted creature with no other abilities, generally not terribly strong. They're one in the rock colors too. What do you mean? I think the extra spots should be creatures, and I'm tempted to also like cut a little bit more to add more creatures. I'm gonna fill in some lands just so we can like maybe I play test this to see how it's feeling. Yeah, we're probably milling ourselves for the most part, but we are also leaving the option open to use it to get damage in on other players. Oh yeah, Zulashur is in here. Are we doing like other mana shenanigans here? I think we're probably not. I think this is not a Coffers Urborg deck. I think that helps to balance this a little bit more to what we're doing. Oh, but this is definitely a Cryptovagadim deck. Yeah. Oh. Cursed Duneyard. Might as well. Utility in the land base. I really like Spymaster's Vault. Cares about creatures that died this turn. Connives. Seems pretty free. Original Imdul. Ooh, you know what? Let's put a secret tunnel in here. It's a typal strategy. We should have 2 zombies that can get in. Hey, Panda. What are we getting for dinner? I don't know. Goonburger is always on the table. The Rogue's Passes with Fallout are... I think the thing is, this deck does not really need that effect. I was thinking Secret Tunnel because this is a really efficient one. Because we're very likely to have 2 creatures on board. Yeah, like, do we run High Market? Do we run, like, Phyrexian Tower as sack outlets? Probably. Oh, High Market. Phyrexian Tower definitely does step us up a little bit in power. But I think that's pretty fair here. All right, I'm just gonna, let's see. Fellow Profane is pretty free. We just count this as a land. I think Malakir Rebirth, also good as counting as a land. Hand, Eye of Vecna, and Book of Vile Darkness. Yeah, I think it's not so great here. Ravine, good call. Yes, we are on a Cursed Duneyard. Cover of Darkness. Yeah, that's definitely possible. All right, hold on. I'm gonna put a chunk of swamps in here. And then I'm gonna play test this. I want to see a little bit of how this runs. One black mana. So right now, this is not the best hand. Only one land. Wow. Shuffler's broken. Okay, we'll keep this. Swamp. Swamp. Jet Medallion. Swamp. We can go. Guess we just play this. Draw. Here's turn 4. We can go like Lord. Hit somebody. Oh, this is fine. That's kind of nice. Soulstone is like free because it pays for itself. Blow up a bunch of stuff. That's okay. We were not very zombie-y. Man, this hand is also slow. All right, here we go. Land. Oops. Land. I think we go like Putrid. Turn 3. So like now we have the, it would depend on what our opponents are playing. We can go like Marauder, sack Putrid Goblin. We can just put the Ghoul out there. It depends on what they've done at this point. Yeah, because now, like, this looks pretty good. Like, Goblin comes back. We've got a treasure. What's this? It's missing, like, weirdly, any sort of velocity. Like, it doesn't ramp up. It's not ramping up well. Yeah. I was definitely thinking we were kind of light, or we were kind of heavy on the front end, but we're actually not. Are you running Command Tower just because Fallout art? Yeah. Yeah, like it's probably not worth it, but yeah. I'm not sure on the scavenger grounds. Because we know we have at least one other deck that cares about graveyards. I don't know that we want to blow that out. There was the suggestion for Shambling Ghast earlier. I think I like that better than the Stitcher Supplier because it can ramp us a little bit. It can be removal if we want. And then I think the Shepherd of Rot is scary, but will be fine. Temple of False God. I do love a Temple of False God. I think this deck is not going to be the most consistent with lands, but I am a Temple of False God supporter. If you're the main character of your own story, you will just get it on time. Merlin's dead. Yeah, it's in there. We need like some other 1s and 2s, I think. Gem Palm's cool, but I think not quite what I'm looking for. Like definitely more 2-drops. No Urborg coffers for this. I'm using that as a way to help balance it to the pot a little bit. Ooh, you know what? Oh, yeah, okay. Heedless one was green. Doubtless one was white. Yeah, because that was when clerics were the thing, right? Hello, Jay. Skirk Volcanist is the red one? Man. I don't remember that one. No, this is not it. There was definitely a blank 1 for goblins. Yeah, I'm going to get off track a little bit here. But see, look. Heedless one, number of elves on the battlefield, trample. Trample's a great ability for a creature with big stats. Then Doubtless one, I think, is probably Lifelink. Yep. Deals damage, you gain that much life. Also pretty good for large stats. Hollow one. Not the right one. You got me on that. But yeah. And there's the blue one. It just has morph. That's not good. And I don't remember what the goblin was called. Now I need to find this. What was the goblin one? Where are you? Reckless one. Reckless one. Haste. Also pretty good. That's a good 2-drop. This is kind of good whenever you get it, since it has that return ability. Onslaught was awesome. Ooh, Gravespawn Sovereign. Gravespawn Sovereign. That's a cool top end. All right, I gotta cut a little bit here. We're like maybe too heavy at 3. 3 is all of the lords. Maybe it's Zombie Master, because like the regenerate we don't care about. We're totally down for our zombies to die. Eternal Taskmaster Master. I think that one is okay. Three of these effects I think is probably too much. Let's go with the newer one and the one that is very thematic. Okay. Hello, Saretha. So we draw land, Zul Ashur, draw land. Yeah, this is probably just the ghoul. Draw. None of this is great. Do we have Shepherd of Rot? We did decide to go with Shepherd of Rot. Oh yeah, the Lorwyn Precon games are really interesting, having 2 of each at the table, but with different commanders. Like, this is not terrible, but not incredible. Draw. Land on turn 1. Draw. There's like an augur, I guess. What the heck? Oh, okay. I think this one can go. Oh, I appreciate it, Cosmic. Thank you. Yeah, we're definitely on Fel the Profane. Let's see. Man, the Wake the Dead, that's so cute. Oh yeah, this is just like defaulting. Where are those Fallout ones at? Definitely missed it, didn't I? Nope. Bam. Um. Hmm. What is the thing here? It's just like it doesn't ramp up in the way that I feel like it should. What is the missing piece? Time for Dark Ritual. I mean, that's not the worst idea. I definitely considered it for this because I don't think that Dark Ritual allows you to do anything too terrifying in this, but it does let you push ahead a little bit. Do we fill the grave enough for Cryptic Agavine to be good? It is. Yeah, it's in there. I think theoretically we do, but I don't know. It's definitely been playing kind of awkward. All right. Stitcher supplier suggesters, you win. You win. All right. As with all tests, I remove the Soul Ring because any deck will work with Soul Ring. All right. Land. Land, Undead Butler, we mill 3. There's Micaius, Crypt of Agadim, Carrion Feeder. Okay. Draw, turn 3. We can play the Ghoul. We can play one of these. So yeah, Songs of Dam's interesting because it's a late game ritual. I don't think this deck needs that. So what? I think you play the Ghoul here, draw, tower. Nothing on forest, so we go Soulstone into like Midnight Reaper. We start just sending. That's funny. We can cast his Bloodline Bidding right now and use it to get two creatures, but those two creatures are pretty good. You could also like try, yeah. That's not terrible. Ooh, okay, an early Shepherd of Rot. That's interesting. Draw. Shepherd on 2. On 3, we probably go... We could just like go Ghoul and ding everybody for 2. Turn 4. It's just awkward. I think that the Wake the Dead like just felt terrible there. It's a really cute idea, but I don't think it's what we want. What would I say my kind of music is? Like what I enjoy? Well, I think the required answer whenever you ask anyone what their music preference is that person has to then say, "Oh, it's like I have an eclectic taste." You know, I like a little bit of everything. So everybody for all of time will always say that. I like eclectic as in bad taste. Yeah. I like a lot of garbage pop, especially from like 80s and 90s. I like funk. I like some progressive metal. I like I like some K-pop. I'm like, I don't think I could tell you who it was. I have a soft spot for Psy because it's like I think if I were making music, I'm not saying that I would be as talented, but that would be my style for sure, of like very goofy, over the top, but also like dance bangers. Mm. Yeah, Ravina just said that Songs of the Damned is a little funky because it's a late game ritual for this deck, and I think what it's struggling with right now is to be relevant early. I think I need a little bit more in the way of sack outlets, because I want to be able to sacrifice my stuff as soon as the ghoul is on board. Like, I want that option. Bubbling Muck, yeah, Bubbling Muck is good too. Because I don't know that it's the mana necessarily that I need here. It feels like it's slow to get set up. I do think this gets a Dark Ritual. And then I think it needs like... some more cheap ways to get to like sacrifice my creatures. It doesn't have to be repeatable, but it has to be cheap. Claws of Gix. We're in mono black. We definitely have better options than that. Because it feels like once we have a way to sacrifice even a little bit, then the deck gets really good. But we have to have access to it pretty early. Elect Man, I don't know what that is, but also I don't... Let me see. I'll give it to you for that one, but normally I think song requests are not on for this, but... Oh, all right. It should work. It should work. Do we want the English version or the non-English version? No. We're good. We're good. I think Nerd Girl's usually just worried that anything that distracts me will distract me from getting work done, and she's not wrong. Um, but yeah. All right. Yeah, I'm into this. Um, Man, what is the missing piece here? I don't know. Maybe I just have to be like, hey, person who's playing this deck, like, make sure you mulligan to a hand that has some early plays. It feels like numbers wise, it shouldn't have this problem. Boom, boom. Okay, we have a high market. That's a sack outlet. So we do probably this comes in as a 3. Now, oh, Cecil, what have you got for me? Thank you very much. You know the drill. Give me that deck list. We'll take a look. Putting in one of the altars. I want to be very careful about the altars. They are like hidden game changers. Yeah, because like I guess here now we can go like 2 mana, play an Undead Augur, make a zombie, sack the zombie, draw a card, play our 4th land for the turn, draw. Like turn 1, turn 2, turn 3. Why are we having land issues? I guess we are a little light. What else has not felt great? This might just be slow in the draw. I think we have so many ways to get things back. Gold color chant is really efficient, but like, I don't know that we need it. Okay, I think I'm gonna leave this list here for now. I might come back to it, but I think I feel okay about where it is. Let me make sure I put this somewhere where we can access. All right, let's see what Cecil's got for us. I don't like standard. I see your hand and attempt to dictate the game state. I'm not married to blues, but since Deceit has hand rip anyway, I could see Esper as well. Basically, there's so many flexible hand rips that allow total knowledge of your opponent, and knowledge is delicious, and I agree. Oh boy. Safer stream. I'm trusting you. What? This worries me. It's 5 minutes. It's 6 minutes. It's 6 minutes long. There's a loud sound warning. Well, you'll have to convince me. All right. Oh, is that times? There's a timestamp on the link. It didn't. I don't know that it worked. Oh, it's trying to play at 5:52. Okay. All right. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Let's see. All right.
This is delicious.
Yeah, okay. Agreed. Okay. So let's see. Also, let's go back to my library. Okay. So, yeah, standard. Standard is a lot of fun right now. Standard's a whole lot of fun right now. So we've got kind of the Demir Cruciator plan, which, by the way, if you didn't know, is a common thing that's happening in standard. Playing this thing, playing the 6-pip demon that exiles all but the bottom 6 cards of each player's library, and then you try and mill them out and win the game. Because if you put it in the graveyard, you can clone it with Superior Spider-Man. It still counts as casting it, so you get this effect. Yeah, Deep Cavern Bat and Deceit, some good hand rip, duress, intimidation tactics. Yeah, I think Anti-Sadness is very good. Cruel Claw, Poison the Waters also. Stock up Deadly Cover Up. A single copy of Soulstone, because we don't want to get stuck with one. So why are there 2 Day of Judgments in the sideboard? 2 Hex, 2 Snare, 2 Bitter Triumph. Okay. So what's your goal here, Cecil? Is you are we just like making this work? Have you noticed any issues with the deck? Because I already have some thoughts, but I want to know, like, how has it been playing? We don't play standard. You haven't tried it on Arena? All right. Well, for one, 22 lands is rough. Rough. Like, even the aggro decks are running like 23, 24. We're doing a standard deck tech. So we're focusing on the power of these cards that reveal your opponent's hand. We rip a card out of it, and then we use that advantage to win, right? So what we should be doing is complementing this with cards that are particularly effective if we know what is in our opponent's hand. Ooh. Yeah, I don't recommend that. That's a terrible choice. Don't break your shoulder joint. I don't know why that. Yeah, terrible decision. It doesn't quite gas out. I can see that. Okay. So this is a lot of slots dedicated to discard. And so I think a discard deck for 1v1 can go one of two directions. Either one, you try and destroy their hand. You try and remove everything that is usable in it, which this seems to be leaning a little bit more towards because of the sheer number of discards in it. Or you take a look at the hand, you take their best thing, and now you use that information to dictate what things you hold up. And I think that's a better strategy right now, just because there aren't a lot of ways to do repeatable discard. But what is Bandit's Talent? I think is the one that I would think about. So this is 2 mana. Each opponent discards 2 cards unless they discard a non-land card. So either way, you're happy. Especially if you get to take a look at their hand ahead of time. And then you play this like when it's going to hurt the most. Then the level up gives you a slow win condition. And the level 3 allows you to refill your hand. I tried a couple decks that use this strategy. They're not bad. I think so. So some things that I would adjust here right away is you need more lands. Let's just use which one? Gloomlake Verge, right? I think 25 lands for a deck like this is the minimum. Yeah, if you want to go for like a true hand destruction strategy, then I think you go with like 4 copies of this. I think, yeah, you either have to lean into the Doomsday strategy or abandon it. Superior is still playable because you can't. What you have here is, since this can copy opponent's graveyard stuff, you can also just bin their best creature and clone a copy of it. So I like that. And yeah, it works very well with Deceit. Because if for those of you who have not been playing Standard, if you put a Deceit into your graveyard and you clone it with Superior Spider-Man, if you paid the 2 blue or the 2 black, you get those effects. Yes, make sure you tap manually. Yeah, the auto tapper has not been nice. Okay. I think we can clean this up a little bit too. Let's drop the Cruel Claws heist. It can be good, but I don't think that's what we're looking for here. Poison the Waters feels like a sideboard card to me. I don't think I would want this in the main deck. Poison kills magical decks. It does, but I don't know how effective it is against the rest of the field. And if it's only in there for one deck, I'd rather play through it in game 1 and sideboard into it in game 2. And otters, it's a lot harder to kill it with otters because then they can cast any spell and boost it out of range. Let's see. I think our single soulstone here we don't need. It's a good card, but I don't think the deck needs mana. It needs to go rip your hand away and now refill my hand. Let's see. I think you want I think you want like 3 or 4 requiting hexes, because what this deck will struggle to do is, like, my opponent played a 1-drop. Now that 1-drop's going to hit me in the face until I deadly cover up. I actually like Deep Cavern Bat here as a 4 of. Like, it's one of the few discards that's going to be dealing damage. And if our game is slow, like, you still need it. Yes, it allows them to get the card back later, but that stall is enough time. The one of Auntie Sentence also, I think, is not worth a 1 of. We can drop Bitter Bloom. That's the thing, though, is this does a good job of, like, being the pressure that we need. Because you want to be able to commit a little bit of mana to put this on the board, and then you just keep ripping away the ways they can answer it. Or make a, like, I don't know, it's I don't hate it here. Sozin steals out of graveyard later, right? Is there... Because, like, you have this effect from Deadly Cover-Up. I was just wondering if there's another thing that we can use to hit opponents' hands. Like, the way that we want. Vendetta is almost playable. What is yeah, I think the 1 of is fine, but, like, oh. Hi, Lekman. Yeah, I mean, you're feel free to let me know when you're doing that kind of thing. I, of course, can't guarantee that I'll be free, but if it works out, I would love to. It just, just be a matter of, like, energy and scheduling. But DM list dates and times. I would say plan it without me first, because my schedule is really volatile. A lot of times it'll be like I like most days I'll wake up and we're like, all right, I will get something wrong about my schedule today. So I think it would actually make it more difficult for you that way. Think of it as if I can, I'd like to. It's the chances are like mid to low just because of how busy everything is right now. But let's see. All right. Do you want? Honestly, what probably makes this deck good is the good card. One-on-one testing with Seal, that might be a little trickier to do. Stock up solid. I mean, Kaido is really good here. Get out of here, Schultz. I said the good cards. Yeah, no, this card's very good. You can just flash in a Bitter Bloom Bearer at the end of turn 2, get a 1/1 out of it, and then bounce it back to your hand to ninjutsu Kaido in. Now Kaido is going to draw a card every turn as you continue to rip their hand apart. It does now kind of move us into Demir mid-range territory. But I think what this deck could really use is something that is drawing you cards consistently. Because I don't know, the other thing it could use is stuff that is punishing, something that is punishing our opponents for having no cards, and I don't think there's more than this. Schultz. Illegal. Also, what do you need a standard deck tech for? Yeah, you can let your opponent have cards, just not good ones. Okay. Here's the other thing that we should be thinking about here is what cards that are common in the meta allow a player to get back into the game off the top deck. Because like a stock up, because then you're looking at like, okay, what answers do I have to these cards that are drawing my opponent back into a relevant hand? Like for instance, them resolving their own Kaito would be pretty bad. Or yeah, I mean, this strategy can also be like rip a bunch of their hand and then try and beat them to death with a deceit. This could just be. You can also just run Enduring Curiosity. I mean, you have like Bitter Bloom Bearer plus Enduring Curiosity is a ton of card draw. And if you've seen their hand, you just drop Curiosity when you know they don't have like counter spells or removal or double removal for it. That's probably the better choice here, and then also is a good reason to be running all of these bats. So let's go. Let's bump this to 3 copies of Enduring Curiosity. Um, I think this means we probably don't run as many of the board wipes. Because we've bumped up our removal a little bit, and larger, like by the time they get to the late game, since we've been selectively taking creatures out of their hand, we shouldn't have to board wipe. We should be able to just deal with it like this. So then I think we cut down to one Superior Spider-Man since we're not doing also the Doomsday thing. It's just like, this is a nice one of, because it can be a deceit later in the game. It can be your opponent's best creature that later in the game. Although I guess intimidation tactics is like one of the main ways that we're pulling creatures out of their hands. I think I am cutting down on stock up a little bit because we've added these Enduring Curiosities. What happens if Superior Spider-Man copies Enduring Curiosity? Then it'll still get the trigger. So it'll have this trigger of return it to the battlefield. It's an enchantment, but then you can have Superior Spider-Man enter as and its thing should still make it a creature. Let's see. Yeah, what are we most worried about here? Because I'm thinking, what decks do we need the board wipe for? Because I think my heart wants to say these go in the sideboard. Because like Cub, we have answers to, right? 4 Requiting Hex, the 2 Spell Snares, the 3 Bitter Triumphs, which I think, and then sure they may get to resolve Cub, but you're using Deceit and Bat and stuff like that to pull the Ouroboros, or like whatever the thing that they're trying to ramp into is. Yeah, because what? So our game plan here looks like turn 1, we hit their hand or we hold up interaction. Turn 2, we hit their hand. And then we kind of go from there. Bandit's Talent ends up hitting the board a little bit later. Yeah, I think Schultz is going to make me look at a standard deck. To deal with Indestructible? Yeah, what Indestructibles are we worried about in the format right now? Yeah, pulling 2 out of this. I know this might be crazy. I think we remove the stock ups. I think we go to a 4th copy of Enduring Curiosity, because it works so well with the Bitterbloom Bearers and the Deep Cavern Bat. That brings us 61. And then these two, like, this is I think you cut a duress, but you run more duresses in the sideboard because Intimidation Tactics, I think, is going to do more against your average deck. Most decks are running creatures that they want to play early, so Tactics will be better. Also rips away like monuments and stuff. Duress will have less targets, and this hand steal style is already good against decks like Control. So like duresses in the sideboard, you swap them out for like your single target removals against Control. What more tactics? I think I don't want more than that. Because you have plenty to do on turn 1. It does cycle. Yeah, I think I feel pretty bad if I'm spending it to cycle, but like and like it is upside for sure. That is a good thing, but I think you're consistently able to either hit their hand or interact with them with your 1 mana, and then on turn 2, you should be able to go bat or deceit or hold for Bitterbloom Bearer. Worst case you can ban its talent, but I think a 4th one of these is too much. Do we cut Restless? Actually, you probably don't need 3 of these. But especially in a deck where, like, hey, let's say we don't hit the Enduring Curiosities, then there's going to be turns where you go back and forth, just like draw, go, until somebody draws something that is useful. So having one of these is pretty good. But I think the single copy is probably your best option. Let me see. All right, see you, Alec, man. Let's see. And so we're looking at that spread. I think you want a single island here. Your deck is pretty heavy in wanting black pips early, but the single island means that if somebody does a like a demo field or something, it allows you to no 3-drops. Yes. And that's I think pretty solid because it means you can pay 2 mana on turn 3 and hold up interaction after that. Ozai's Cruelty for Graveyard? I don't think so. That's great for the sideboard. Oh wait, this one doesn't hit Graveyard, right? We're thinking the like the strategic. Maybe strategic betrayal, exiles a creature and their graveyard. Edge of Eternity one. I don't remember what that one is. But yeah, I don't think that's a terrible idea. Oh, it rotated. Um, oh, are you thinking the discard 2 exile graveyard? Yeah. Soul Guide Lantern also good for your sideboard here, because like yes, your natural enemy is going to be a graveyard deck, and this is pretty effective against it. Like you have to be real careful running into lessons, because they're like, oh no, you made me discard some stuff. Rip accumulated wisdom off the top. Let's see. Like you might be able to get away with 24 lands here. I don't know that I would risk it. Yeah, you know what I've been playing against lessons? This bad boy. That's so nice for you. You want to cast 40 spells in a turn? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think you Esper this deck because of how specific the pips are. Like you want to be able to have black on turn 1, but sometimes blue. You want to be able to cast a double black pip on turn 2. I think I would be really scared to open up this to another color. This might, the last land in this might want to be like Agnikella or something. Just because your only card draw in the deck is Enduring Curiosity. And so some number of games will be you've ripped their hand away, but you've also left yourself with not much, and that helps you to turn through your deck faster. So like I would give this a shot. This looks workable to me. You now have generic tools against the field. You probably run Graveyard Hate, in the sideboard, Poison the Waters in the sideboard. I could have just here, and then I think you just would need like maybe like something big that goes over the top in the sideboard. I don't know. I think this deck is very good with like Kaido. So maybe like Kaido in the sideboard. Oh, and like some more specific counter spells, probably. Maybe like a three steps. Main deck if you want to drop Enduring. No, I actually think I like the Enduring better. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what your other slots are. But I think this gives you a little play against everything. I definitely wish there was a board wipe you could play earlier than this, but drop one Enduring. I really think it's important here because you're 1-for-1ing everything. It's likely best of one. Yeah, I think you're going 1-for-1 for pretty much everything. So it's gonna be like burn my resources, ruin your hand. My now a single Enduring Curiosity puts me back into the game. And I don't think there's anything else that does that. I think the only reason you would drop a Curiosity is to put Kaido in. So yeah, there we go. All right. Time to see what it is that Schultz has sent me here. All right, give me 1 second, everybody, because I have to like send it to myself. Okay. Let's look at what Oh my god. All right. Never mind. We're looking at old school deck. Okay. Now this is magic. Okay. So old school is only cards from 1993 and 94. No banned or illegal cards. Is Urnham Jin not legal? Schultz, did you send me an illegal deck? This card should be legal, right? Or is it just it cares about the printing, right? Is that what is doing this? Yep. I forgot. You have to use the original printings. I don't actually know if that is like true, but that's funny. It's probably just a Moxfield thing. It's because it's looking for when the card was printed. I think you could use whatever printing you wanted. Okay. Cool. Well, we've got one set of the Moxes and a Lotus. Original Soul Ring. One Chaos Orb. Oh. Like, look, that's 3 mana to destroy whatever you want as long as you're good at it. Wow, 17 lands, but we do have 6 free sources, so we're really at 23 lands. Except Library of Alexandria, we can't count. JD, what's the win con? I don't know. We're gonna find out. I think it's hit your opponent in the face. Yeah, because what we're doing, we're playing a lot of really efficient creatures for the time. So like for the format, like Serendib Efreet. This is a misprint, by the way. The card is actually blue. But this is the specific, yeah, it's printed with the green back. So like a 3/4 flyer for 3 mana. What else is deck price? Yeah, because these are all the original printings of these cards, so they're all through the roof. Like we have a set of look at it. We have a Lotus and one of each of the mocks in here. Yeah. So right, we're playing pretty efficient creatures. Efreet is a 3 power flyer for 3. Urnum Jin, classic card, 4/5 for 4 mana. Ensure it is allowing one of your opponent's creatures to be unblockable, but we don't care because creatures were just not this efficient back then. Like aside from this, Azure Drake, probably one of the more efficient flyers that was available at that time. Like we're just playing we're playing creatures with decent rates for the time, and then we'll see what we can do. I don't think there are any combos here. We're just playing good, honest Magic and a Black Lotus. Yeah, Sarah Angel was like, this card is busted in the context of the format. Like we're playing a 5 mana 4/5 with no other text that needs 2 different colors. Sarah Angel, flying and vigilance. Gross. All right, well this gets a little mean. 2 fireballs, a Mind Twist. Balance is a card that's legal, I guess. Yeah, our Time Walk. 3 Armageddons, which, like, if we put a creature onto the board that is half decent and then just go, great, Armageddon, that's probably game over. Like, what is our opponent going to do against a 4/5 while they're trying to put lands back on the board? Then enchantments, we have Spirit Link, which gives not quite lifelink to the creature. Some Sylvan Libraries to refill our hand, and also the Spirit Link helps to mitigate the life loss from this card. And then Control Magic to steal our opponent's Sarah Angels. Of course he does, and now I have this stupid spelling. Yeah. I wonder if there are any other documented spellings of Sarah as a name before Magic the Gathering. Okay. I mean, like, I just 75 main. Oh, what's the board, Schultz? What goes in the sideboard? Did I maybe I Yeah, the one he sent me did not have a sideboard. Let me see if I wonder if I can suss it out here. What would be in the board? know. Like the Divine Offerings, I guess. I wonder if the blasts are main deck because everybody is running like Ancestral Recall and the other power like Time Walk. Oh, the Disenchants are probably also bored. Maybe Balance. I don't know. Because I want to throw this in the playtester and see, but because I don't know enough about this format to be able to judge what things, because like Control Magic might be a sideboard card, but if the meta is all like I just play big creatures, then Control Magic could be main deck. Like same for Spirit Link. Am I playing old school with friends? Probably not. Schultz submitted this for a deck tech, but then I think he had to go back to work, so he has. I don't know what is supposed to be in the sideboard or not. Spirit Link feels like a sideboard since it's a 2 of. And maybe like Burn is a viable, like aggro. You just play this against them. Yeah, I'm gonna say Control Magic is sideboard. I don't know. Maybe I guess the blasts. Like that's definitely a sideboard kind of card. It's just like maybe the format is accounting for everybody running all of the good blue stuff. And then there's like 2 more cards that should go in the sideboard. Hmm. Yeah, it's hard to judge. Like maybe it's the one of Regrowth. And like the Mind Twist, possibly? That seems like more of a. Like the card is just generically strong, so maybe it's standard to be in the deck, but. Alright, so we got a 60 card deck. I just want to see, like, what does this look like? Alright, are we on the play or the draw? First person to say play or draw, I'll take that. Because the Library of Alexandria is definitely. It depends on if we are drawing on this or not. Draw. Okay, we're on the draw. So turn 1, we draw. Like, we can play library and draw a card. That seems good. So we'll draw before we untap. Then we draw for turn. Here's a Trop. into library. Double library right now. And then we untap. This is during draw. So in upkeep, we could also draw another card with Library of Alexandria, which I think we spam draws because we have free mana here. So we draw an upkeep. Then Sylvan Library says we draw for turn plus 2 more. I think we put 2 lands back and then we Demonic Tutor. So we have to keep the City of Brass. Put like a Trop and a Tundra on top. Cool. Yeah, so now we play the City of Brass. We Demonic Tutor. We're out of mana. This feels like it just finds... Because we have a creature, I guess. Does this find... This just finds, like... Lotus, right? These were tapped for the tutor. And then we play the Lotus, I guess. Weird. Okay. So then we go to upkeep. We have 7 cards in hand again. We can draw off of library. I assume that we do. And then Sylvan says, draw, draw, draw. That's much better. I think we probably just put birds back and take 4. All right, and then we can go, cool. Mox. We have a land drop. 3, 6, 7, 8. I don't know what you do here. Like you can go Azure Drake Armageddon if they haven't developed their board at all, I suppose, or you can just go Jasmine Boreal. I don't know. Weird. All right. I also wonder, like, we probably mulligan pretty aggressively to find like power, right? So we go again. All right, everybody, play or draw me again. Whoever says play or draw first, that's what we go with. So this is like, we mull here. 3 cards of no turn 1 play. Yeah, like what does it look like if we try to find power? Okay, so like this is our 5 card hand. We're on the play. Okay. On the play, Brain Geyser seems pretty good. We'll put this on the bottom. And then like Counterspell on the bottom. So then on the play, we go City of Brass, Mox, tap Mox for recall, Mox, Demonic Tutor, find Lotus, play Lotus. Okay, so then we go to turn 2. Drop a Strip Mine. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we Brain Geyser for... I don't know. I guess we just do it for the 6, right? Lotus is gone. Play a Mox Ruby, pass. All right, our turn 3. Our turn 3 is... I guess we strip mine them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here's a Sarah Angel. I guess we could have also tapped differently and played a Birds. We'd probably do that. Okay. And then turn 4. Yeah. Trop. Sylvan Library. We Chaos Orb something. We hit them with Sarah Angel. This is weird. All right, I'm gonna do one more play test and see what. Like, I don't know how to tech this. I think you keep this, right? We have a Mox. We have a recall. Player draw me. Somebody say player draw. I'll go with that one. Yes, super salad. Player draw. A player draw is whenever 2 players decide that they should tie. Draw. We're on the draw. Okay. So we go... Trop. Mox. Recall. Nice. Mox into Birds. Turn 2. Here's a Savannah. We drop Banger Azure Drake onto the board. Just a 2/4 flyer. Turn 3. Here's a Plateau. I wonder if this seems like a good Armageddon here. We just go 1, 2, 3, 4 Armageddon. We now have removal held up with the Birds and a Drake. If draw, yeah, look at that. Beautiful. Trop. Soul Ring. Hit him with an Azure Drake again. I don't know. Might have to play some old school. I guess here's my thought on this. There's got to be better cards than Azure Drake, right? Is this really playable here? Like, if we assume that we can play let's look at like even just stuff in the 4-drop slot. Like, it's just a 2/4 flyer. Can we really not get better than that? Brine Hag. On the turn during which Hag is placed in the graveyard, all creatures who dealt damage to Hag that turn become 0/2 creatures. Use counters to mark those creatures. Like, clone not worth it? Or like Dragon Whelp. I guess our red mana is a little lacking. We are more blue focused. Oh, yeah, Ghost Ship. Ghost Ship is just better, right? It has an additional blue pip, but we have the blue pips, and it can regenerate for 3 blue. Yeah. Or we get to look at Floral Spasm, both hilarious name, and it's I think the only card ever printed that gets to make its own decisions. If Floral Spasm attacks an opponent and is not blocked, then Floral Spasm may choose to destroy a target artifact under that opponent's control and deal no damage. Not you, the player. Floral Spasm, the card, gets to choose. Yeah, I'm still just really surprised. Like, that 2/4 flyer for 4 that they're even in the original sets is not something better than that. I also wonder if we do we adjust for Juzem Jin for a 5/5? Or like Phantasmal Forces. It's a 4/1 flyer, and you have to pay a blue during your upkeep to keep it around, but like that seems much better, right? Mark, we are deck teching Schultz's old school 60 card deck. I feel like Phantasmal Forces is a better choice. Like, this kills very quickly. And it also, like, math-wise, works out a lot better because we're running those Spirit Links. We have a lot of other 4-power creatures, so like getting to a clean 20 damage, it seems important to not have a 2-power flyer. Oh my god, look! Phantom Monster even is a 3/3 flyer for 4. That seems better. Oh, I guess, okay. Bolt. The Drake survives a lightning bolt. Maybe that's so relevant to have 4 toughness that's why. Maybe that's the thing. Yeah, that's starting to make some sense. Yes. Oh, also Wood Elemental, which does not function as written. But like I don't know how much you can count as written from the earliest sets, but it's like if this is an ETB, then it dies immediately. It says power and toughness equal the number of forests you sacrifice when it is brought into play. But I think the Oracle text changes it to as it enters. Okay. Wow. I won. So that's probably what it is. Is that Lightning Bolt is so frequent in the format that Azure Drake is a better choice simply because it doesn't die to bolt. Well, this is fun. Okay. Well, yeah, when if Schultz pops back in, we'll have to ask if I got this sideboard correct. Cool. All right, so right, we built this deck. I feel like this is pretty functional. Um Okay, so this pod, let's see if we can finish this pod out. We have dog meat, we have the ghoul. We also have I think this, but I think yes, okay, here we go. Here's the Balthier and Fran list. It's like rule beats with vehicles. Should be a good time. But which means that our pod does not have any blue in it. So we need something blue. Ghoul and dog meat. And then Balthier and Fran. And something blue. So like I guess something blue from Final Fantasy. That way we have 2 Fallout, 2 Final Fantasy. And I think cuz let's see, that's yeah. All right, so here's some options. And then we are also looking for something that, like the archetype of the deck is a little different. We have vehicles, vehicle beatdown. We have aura and equipment graveyard. And we have zombies. Let's see. A go-go possibly. A deck is a little tricky to balance for content. We wouldn't want to do something like mill because that will disproportionately help some decks out. I personally have been meaning to build a Matoya deck, but I don't know if this is the moment. Oh, what we should look at the new ones. We should look at the new ones. The not the secret layer ones. The scene box ones. All right, that was not what I wanted. This? Hey, all right, here we go. Yeah, because we haven't done these. We could do like we could do the party deck. Go with the Destined Warrior. To like Idea. Idea is very popular. That'd be a weird dynamic because it's focused on stealing our opponent's creatures temporarily. Yeah, Garland also steal your stuff. Oh, the new Noctis, the one that like warps into combat. That could be good. Those are I think our options. Destin Black Mage. This just seemed good. I think yeah. I think this ideally has blue in it somewhere. So yeah, I think my front runners are Destin Warrior, Idea, and Noctis. I think this is probably the most popular commander uh from the scene boxes. Because like stealing from the other decks could be really effective against Dogmeat, who is trying to kind of Voltron something. But then it just gets like hard stopped by Sword of Feast and Famine. Do we have any other like ways to protect? Maybe not. All right, so it's like very good against Dogmeat. I think it's pretty bad against zombies. And it's definitely bad against vehicles since it can't target them. Yeah, I think Adia has to be saved for one reason or another. Um okay, so if we do like Final Fantasy 1 party. So this is First Strike, Vigilance, Menace. You're reducing the cost to cast your party members. Beginning of combat on your turn, creatures you control get +1 or a full party +3. So like this is a pretty straightforward put creatures on board, hit people with creatures. Like this is not terribly interesting to me, but it does like it helps to build itself. You just kind of put the rest of these in. And what about Noctis? I think this effect is very cool. So when a creature you control enters during combat, you may attach equipment to it. Oh, okay. So it makes it like it really encroaches on Dogmeat's territory of being an equipment deck. So like I think that eliminates this. Destin Warrior probably is the best option here. Like it does make it a second deck that cares about creature types, but like I guess it does it in a very different way. Let's give this a shot. Okay, decked out, unlisted. Super mana value. Give me them stacks. Okay. Sergeant Balco. Stream's going pretty great. We got to look at some 60 card decks today. And now we're building for the show. Okay, so this one's easy. We're gonna add all of the stuff from that scene box, like at least those. I guess we just put them all in, right? Just for the flavor. And then yeah, the changelings. That's a good thought. What other party stuff do we have? Because I think we just like default to doing a lot of the like whatever party stuff that we have that's like pretty reasonable. Yeah. Party tutor. Party removal. Party removal. Oh, definitely Linvala. Yeah, that's great. Oh, yes. Multi-class Baldric for sure. Oh, yeah, Nalia. Let's see. Beginning combat, if you have a full party, creature you control gain, creature deals combat damage to draw a card. Yeah, that seems good. Oh, yeah, gain 3, draw 3. Each player chooses a party. Yeah, seems good. Squad commander also excellent. Okay. Oh yeah, very good reanimation here. Cool. Okay, so there's our party, specifically party cards. I think that's a pretty good start. There's definitely more stuff from like this pre-con that we should be looking at. This looks at top 4 and grabs party members. Seasoned Dungeoneer also cares about party members. Yeah, just more stuff from the Nalia pre-con. Oso! What's up? I don't know what else in that pre-con cared about party. Appreciate the prime. Party. And then like what is our secondary plan here once we're partied? Like our commander says just now hit people. The job select equipments, those seem good. Oh, that's not how you spell that. Yeah, right now we're building the Destined Warrior for the show. All right, so what? We have Wizard. I mean, like, this card is just kind of busted, but I don't know so what we're doing. This one, all these are wizards. I guess this, like, Blue Mage's Cane is generically good. Just lets you cast from opponent's graveyard. Let's see. Cleric. This one's also not great. Thank you, Xanatos. I wish these were better. Yeah, definitely changeling. I guess let's see what our good options are. So like Black Market Connections is probably on the docket. I don't know how much life game we have, but I feel like a lot of the cards were like drains. Definitely Outcast because cheap. I guess if we're aggroing, then Mirror Entity is also pretty good. Ooh, Omni Changeling, that's cool. Yeah, it is. It is Esper. Maskwood, nah. I don't think we need Maskwood here. Oh, Mariner, very good. Very good. Valiant Changeling also seems really busted when we're pumping all of our creatures. Yeah, Automaton also probably worth it since it's 1 mana. Okay. Mutavault. Yeah, Mutavault's probably good. Good here. And then I guess we just find like good creatures that are the party types, cleric, rogue, warrior, wizard, that like to go to combat. Right? Because for the most part, like we're gonna be a combat deck. Normal sword? Is that a card? What? Vorpal sword. Okay, I was like, what's normal sword? That's the opposite of Vorpal sword. Yeah, stuff that, so like Selfless Spirit. It's a cleric. Also, I guess any game changers that we want to run, because we are in the game changers. Soulstone. No, I don't think we need a Soulstone here. Yeah. Oh, right. Also from that precon, Grim Hireling is a rogue, likes us going to combat. Oh, Masker Girl, no! Xenos? Oh, God. Is Xenos one of the types we care about? I assume so if you're suggesting. It's a warrior, yeah. I think this card is awesome. I think this is a very good content card. And it's Final Fantasy. Like a Lotho here. Excellent card. Is a rogue. Oh, gain life, put counter on. But like, how consistently are we gaining life? Like we have some sources. 1, 2, 3. 3, 4. Ooh, can we put a Finkel in here? It is a wizard. It likes to go to combat. How big can we reliably make out creatures? Make our creatures, I assume. I don't think that big. I let's say we can consistently get party, so we're giving them +3/+0. So that's like mid-size reliably. Ooh, Fairy Mastermind. Oh, okay. Here, Rob the Princess. Aerith seems like what you were talking about before. Lifelink with the Pride Mate ability and can help us later to put counters on a bunch of stuff. Jin Sakai. I mean, like that. There's definitely some like conflict there, right? Because Jin Sakai wants us to attack each player with a single creature, but the Destiny Warrior rewards us for going wide. I've been a big fan of this thing, and it is a cleric. One more creature you control to a combat damage player, you draw a card and lose a life, so you can do that once per player. And it makes more stuff. Bitterthorn for ramp, I'm less concerned about the ramp for this deck. Because our commander does help us to cheat mana costs. I think we want creatures on the board. Give her runes as a cleric. Guess we could put Mother in too if we wanted. All right, we're at 30 creatures or so. Let's put in some of our bread and butter. Oh, here's one more. Whoops. If we do concerted defense, that cares about party. All right, we'll throw in a swords and a Sol Ring. Some of the standard stuff. And then what does this deck want? We want like combat help. Urza's Cave and Talon Gates. I mean, it's solid for sure. I like Talon Gates a lot better when there's like a crop rotation. But I don't know that this deck is particularly concerned about that. How much ramp do we want for this deck? I kind of feel like this is not a ramp deck. Like, this just doesn't ramp. It just wants to go 1 drop, 2 drop, 3 drop, 4 drop. We have a full party. Let's go to combat. Darkstone Mutation is fine, but if we can get cuter, that'd be nice. I just don't. I feel like there's only so much that you can do with party. Yeah, I think let's find some more like good creatures that help us on our curve. Ooh. A new toy. The Adept Water Shaper. Tap creatures. Whoops. Tap creatures you control have indestructible. It's funny because the Destined Warrior has vigilance, but everything else that we're sending into combat, and this doesn't have to go to combat for the boost. Yeah, card draw. Card draw. We have some that's attached to creatures like Fairy Mastermind, Nimble Trap Finder, like Shadow Mage Infiltrator. And I think that to me would be the ideal if we can keep a lot of it attached to creatures. A few MDFC clerics, yes, but they are terrible. Like you are correct, they exist, but man, they are not good. Does this deck deserve a Notion Thief? Because that's a rogue. We do get some game changers for this. Perish the Notion. That's fair. Because I definitely don't want to use the other game changers that are party members, because then it's like Dranith, Op Agent. Let's see. We're a little lacking in the 2-drop department. Here's Ghostly Pilferer. Kind of covers all our bases. Is a little bit of card draw. Can be an unblockable attacker with a boost. Farewell is our game changer. No. No. Timna in the 99. I could see that. Timna's a cleric. Oh, and we can do the Final Fantasy version. There we go. Warrior, a little bit of card draw. Oh, you played a few games? Yeah, because I think it's tough because it sits in this your standard deck sits in this spot where it just kind of wants to be one of the established archetypes, like Doomsday or uh mid range. Um like I almost want to say that because I think the versions that I had built were uh that use that a similar idea were not blue, strangely enough. There was one that was like white that was using the pixie, the one drop pixie to bounce the bandit's talent to replay it, and was also doing that with Tiny Bones joins up. But yeah, I think hitting hands as your main like strategy is pretty tough in the current meta because so many top decks just are huge problems. You struggle to put value, yeah. Because you're also spending a lot of resources like hitting your opponent's hand, but not putting stuff on the board. Ooh, I like a good air tie. That's a nice way to add some interaction on a body that is a relevant type. Yeah. I need some more one drops. Siren Storm Tamer is a wizard. Protects our stuff. It's a lot of creatures. Okay. I think I'll have to adjust this at some point and like cut some 3 drops and add some 2 drops. But let's fill in the rest of the deck. Because I think we probably don't want more creatures in this. Archivist would be pretty good, but as far as decked out goes, we don't have a lot of things that are searching. So it's actually Archivist is a little nerfed on decked out. Hey, 20 months. A nice even 20. Appreciate it. Oh, you know what? If we're like go to combat the deck, then we should be running like coastal piracy effects. So which ones of those do we want? Like reconnaissance mission is the slightly better one, or like Bident. Sign in blood to shock your opponent. Man, what year is it? I'm trying to think if there are any reasons to run the other versions of coastal piracy, because like enduring curiosity is very good. There's is Zach Fair one of the types we need? If he is, I'll keep him. Nope. Cut. Yeah, reconnaissance mission and like one or two more of that effect, I guess. Reconnaissance, I think, is fine. But our deck is kind of designed to win combat anyway, so we shouldn't be sending things that we're worried about into combat. I don't think I need one that does a card that does that. A creature one from Duskborn, yeah, the Enduring Curiosity. I'm just trying, like, I don't know if there's what reasons there are, because there's also like the boat that does it. What is, let's see, Warriors Resolve? This is creatures control of training. Oh, this is a good suggestion. I don't like this card because it often involves a lot more thinking than the value you get out of it, if that makes sense. Like, figuring out what the card actually does because of giving all of your creatures training is surprisingly complicated. If again, it's, you don't want to I think the amount of thinking for it is not worth it for this. In your deck out there, people, run it, but on the show, nah. 8 months. Wow, yeah. It's been a whirlwind 8 months. What was the other one that you said? Chivalric Alliance. Oh, this makes knights though or something, right? Why is this so much? 2 more creature, draw a card. I mean, that is pretty solid. Why is this so much? I think we just go with the good old fashioned Biden of Thassa. All right, yeah, we need some interaction. What are we playing? Oh, I am not a swords fan. In gameplay, the swords themselves, iconic, sick cards. I would love to own all of them. In decks, especially if they're not like themed around them, just not really a fan. And we do already have a deck that is dedicated equipment, so I think the only one I would consider out of that would be Buster Sword, since it is thematic. Oh, the crib swap, that's very cute. I'm on board for that, because for that reason. Should we run then should we run the Kindred spells then? That's funny. Bitter. Oh, yeah. Let's see. What else? What other ones do we have in that are reasonable typed? Cloak and Dagger, Diviner's Wand. Ego Erasure is not that great. Who's the commander? The Destined Warrior. Let's see. Search target opponent's library for an instant or sorcery. You can play it without paying its cost. You can play that for 3. I kind of want to put that in the deck. I kind of want to put that in the deck. Does that like, is that a total disaster? Let me just make sure that like there's not some absurd thing that we're going to run into and it be a massive problem. No, I think that's fine. What do we I just want to what did we put in the what did we put in the other deck? Okay, so they could grab like Ghoul's Night Out. That's kind of cool. Bloodline Bidding kind of helps them, but not a ton. Okay, yeah. It's just that's okay, yeah. We're definitely doing the knowledge exploitation. That's funny. I guess we have Nameless Inversion. Also cute, but probably not worth it. I don't know if we want this extra turn. This spell's very good, but okay. I think these are pretty fine. Do I want Cloak and Dagger or Diviner's Wand? Not really. Let's throw like a Restoration Magic in here. Just nice and simple. Protect one thing or protect all of your stuff. And it is a hex or an indestructible trick too, so good in combat. Give you a nice like generic counter spell. The Changeling Mana Rock is funny, but yeah, I think I think it's still bad. I think it's still not worth it. Nah. No land tax. Just a big time eater. Huh. Spider sense, huh? I don't know. What does that do for us? Why not just play negate? How many legendary creatures? We got a good number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 at the moment. And your commander? I think Rob the Princess mentioned this earlier. I think I'm okay with the Astrologian's Planisphere here as one of the job selects, because Wizard is a reasonable type, and this is just the best one of those. And it's very re-equipable, and it goes kind of nuts with like a reconnaissance mission effect. For ETB, but what ETBs do we have? We don't have ETBs. I could consider flowering. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I think I want a third version of this. Is it enduring? Like, that card is very good. It probably is. Makes me sad, though, because it's not a relevant type. Dolmen Gate? Oof. Ooh, now we're talking. Yeah, like, Enduring's really good. It's very, very good. Yeah, I'm still not sure on flowering because our team buff is in the command zone, and we don't need a lot of those effects. I kind of would just want to spend my 2 mana on a creature on the board. Okay, we're almost full of spells. We need a little bit more like interaction. Probably just do like Old Faithfuls. Anguish Unmaking. Yeah. Do we have good protections for our board? Yeah, right now we only have the Restoration Magic. Tiefling that takes initiative. I think we have that in here. Because the one that cares about party, right? Yeah. Or no, I don't know. If it cares about party, then it's in here. Yeah, yeah, maybe this isn't a Chroma's Will deck. Because you get the dual purpose of protecting your board and getting in for lethal. Galadriel's Dismissal is also a hell of a card. I think this deck can have Necrom as well. Yeah, Flare is fine, but I don't know that we are. I like that much better in decks that have the creatures that it's okay to sack, and we're pretty split as far as colors go. There's Final Fantasy Chrome as well. Ho ho ho! There we go. There we go. That's for sure the one that pushes it over the edge. This looks pretty good. I'm gonna start filling in some lands while we're here. Let's see. Vaults of the Archangel seems pretty good. Like Minas Tirith. Air Temple is now just like a staple. And then let's go Command Tower and Exotic. Although I guess, so here is one of the things that you have to think about when building for a full pod. This deck would normally for sure run an Exotic Orchard. However, we already know what the other three decks are. Dogmeat, which only has white. Balthier and Fran, which shares no colors with this deck. And the Ghoul, which is only black. So we don't run an Exotic Orchard here. Let me go through all the shocks. The cavern would be cool also. But again, we already know everything in the pod. None of the other decks can counter, period. So we don't need a cavern. Yeah, Bondlands. Let me what does their mana base look like? They're still running like a handful of tap lands. I want to make sure that it's also a fair mana base. I guess they're not their number of tap lands is pretty low. Okay. I think the slow lands would be pretty fair here. The check lands. Like Pains. I guess the checklands are a little less fair if if we're not running fetches, and I don't think we're doing fetches here. They have a wooded foothills. Is this running the set of fetches? So I guess like a jungle shrine in here, path of ancestry. Like I think this helps to inform us how to balance the. There's a fetch. Is it a off-color fetch? That hurts my soul. Okay. Yeah, we have Rafine's tower. I think we can still do checks here. What are the other checks for this? I don't think we need Urborg here. Why my brain is not functioning? What are the other checks? Fortress and chapel. Do like landscape to help out a little bit with finding the appropriate basics. Do at least two of each of these. Nice. We're about even. A little bit heavier white. Yeah. Actually, if we were running that many checks but no fetches, we probably should be up to like 3 of each. Why is this not doing the thing? All right, we're 25 lands. Oh, good God. Yeah, 25 lands. That should be fine, right? That's totally fine. It's all, all set. All set. Any other like utilities that I want? Yeah. Oh, somebody said Windbrisk. Windbrisk is definitely where this deck is at. Who's the commander? Destined Warrior. I probably just fill in the rest of the slots with like lands that just do the thing and we're good. Yeah. Or like do like a fetch for the do like a marsh flats. Okay. Um hmm. I I think this could probably do the bond lands. Cuz like it's actually worse for editing and stuff to do pain lands cuz like that's a thing that players can miss, or it's another action that really does not like it's impactful but not in an interesting way. So that I was going over my head, and if I wanted to do pain lands instead of the bond lands, but these are the riveting decisions that must be made. All right, we're at 30. We'll add one more all creature types land. All right. Oh, MDFCs. What MDFCs actually do we like for this deck? Yeah, we could do Fell. That's probably just what we do. Oh, I actually like Suppression Ray because this is also a way to eliminate players. And what we'll do like a Witch Enchanter for interaction. We'll do a Fell for interaction. Are we done? 100 main deck. Let's do it. Playtest. We have one land. Very sad. Replace the Soul Ring because we know the deck works with the Soul Ring. Also one land. We can't be short on lands in this, right? See, now we have plenty of lands and nothing to play until turn 3. All right. I feel like this is a bad sign. Yikes. Is this really that unbalanced? Or is the shuffler trolling me? I guess we're a little light on. Oh, I was saying we were a little light on 2 drops. We should sub some 3 drops out for 2 drops. Wow, we have a lot of 4 drops too. Man, that's tough. Maybe the Finkel comes out. I don't know. It's just like so solid. I think Xenos actually comes out because its board wipe hits a lot of our stuff, and our buff from our commander does not actually give us any additional toughness. Yeah, I think Shadow Mage can come out because we have all of those other effects that are drawing us cards on attacks. Drop in 2 more like 2-drops or 1-drops. What about Sig? It's a rogue. I feel like we might be a little light on rogues. And it is card draw. Oh man, somebody was saying Rev also. Man, that would be very good in this deck. This popped into my head. Ject. He is a warrior. Does like getting in. I think though the problem is we're just not looking for more bigger creatures. Like he's cool, but we need more early creatures. I feel like a Moth Dust Changeling, another 1-drop Changeling. All right. Yeah, see, this hand looks great. Draw, Marsh Flats, crack it, find Rafines, right? Because we have no 1-drop. Okay. Turn 2. Here, we probably just play like Sig. Draw. Land. Yeah. Destined White Mage. Draw. Turn 4. We're like, cool, here's Destined Warrior. All we need is a wizard to fill the party out. So we can go to combat. Like hit somebody for 3 maybe. And if we do, we draw a card. Next turn, we just like play anything. I guess our changeling. We just changeling something else on an opponent's board, but that gives us the full party. Plus, like, actually, this turn could just be like Mastermind, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Convoke and the Changeling. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, what does another hand look like? Ooh, getting burned by the Soulstone Sanctuary. If this was any other, I think if it was a blue or a white, makes the hand very good. And then we get oops all lands. Yeah, the shuffler just hates us and wants us to think this deck is bad. 5 lands again. I think you probably keep this one. You draw. I think first I want this Godless Shrine. Turn 2. Do like an isolated chapel, play Mindblade Render, draw. Now play like a Shipwreck Marsh. This can be a Black Markets connection. We might be able to get in on somebody for 1. Probably not at this point. All right, so then we go to the next turn. We draw, and we probably just go like all modes. Treasure, draw, changeling. Yikes. And then we go Sanctum, Soul Ring, Destined Warrior. With knowledge exploitation held up. It's still annoying. I kept the Contaminated Landscape because at least that cycles. This looks pretty good. This hand seems a little slow. Remove the Soul Ring. Sure. This is a bad hand. Let's try this. Draw. We need black. Oh, yeah, I didn't pay attention. We don't keep this hand because we can't cast this 2-drop on turn 2. Man, it really does not want to give us like a realistic hand here. It's like only 1 landers or 5 landers. It's like, I feel like there's something that's not working here. Turn 1. Turn 2. Turn 3 is a little funky too. Cleric, Rogue, maybe we counter something. We can't play this because there's no black mana. Huh. I don't know. I feel like we're getting trolled by the shuffler. Like, this seems like a really well-balanced mana base. We have 39 lands. I think we're good here. Yeah, we have Giver. I consider doing both. Maybe it gets them. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this seems pretty good. Okay. So that's a pod built. All right. Everybody be real quiet. I'm going to do some non-sanctioned work. Shh. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. This is my Professor Hojo list. It needs an update. This deck is super messed up. It's really, really strong. But what has come out for this recently? Quick primer on what it does. Really what it does is it leverages the fact that nobody realizes how freaking good this card is. Professor Hojo, for a mere 2 mana, reduces the first activated ability you activate on each of your turns by 2. And whenever one of your creatures becomes the target of an activated ability, you draw a card also once per turn. So that means in one rotation around the board, you can draw 4 cards. And that is, did you target one of your things? Draw a card. Did your opponent try to remove one of your things? Draw a card. And so it plays a Voltron strategy that you can get going really quickly. You notice there's a ton of 1 mana equipment or less. You just slap one of these babies on the board on turn 1. Turn 2, Professor Hojo, and then all of these can equip for free because that's an activated ability it targets. So you go turn 1, equipment. Turn 2, Professor Hojo, equip for free, draw a card. Unless your opponents decide to disrupt you on turns 1 or 2, if you untap on turn 3, you win the game. Because you can now develop a little bit by dropping another cheap equipment and equipping to Professor Hojo for free, while holding up interaction like Legolas's Quick Reflexes or Veil of Summer or Crop Rotation, because that is interaction, to fetch Talongates of Madara to phase out Professor Hojo, which also saves all of the equipment that's attached to it. But what happens if somebody gets around your plan? Somebody figures out how to blow up all your stuff. Somebody casts like Vandal Blast. Professor Hojo also draws you back into the game. Your best option to do that is Seeker of Skybreak, which is tap, untap target creature. That's an activated ability. So that triggers Professor Hojo to draw you a card. Seeker of Skybreak can just target itself. So this is now draw 4 cards every turn rotation for free. You can do some less good versions of that with like Elvish Herder. So now this is pay 1 mana, draw a card on each turn. Like Uvenwald Tracker is removal that also draws cards. Weatherseed Elf is a free tap draw card. Yeah. So that's our basic idea. I really think if this deck is able to untap on turn 3, it should win. Because you just start stacking a lot of really powerful equipment onto Hojo. And I think one of the struggles of a Voltron deck is normally that it doesn't go fast. Your opponents have time to account for it. And then once you play like your 4 mana Voltron commander, either somebody's ready to shoot it in the face or they've outpaced you on other things. I think Ring of Zathrid is not good enough for this deck. Because you want your earliest equipment to either get you really big value, like Pip-Boy or Jite, or you want that early equipment to protect Hojo, like Commander's Plate, Lava Spur Boots, stuff like that. There are very few cards I have that are in here that just purely give Hojo raw power. Tarian Soul Cleaver was like an outlier for me because the vigilance is very relevant since you don't have many creatures on the board. But if you have a massive one in the way, it really dissuades people from attacking you. And Blackblade Reforged because the amount of boost that this gives you is very big. But everything else has other purpose to it. Yeah. I'm considering bumping this to a fringe CEDH deck and figuring out how that functions, but I just haven't had time for it. But let's see if we've gotten any goodies for this. Sort by release date. Oh, I should do minus is reprint. So we're looking for things that target our stuff or like good equipment. So my search is catching everything that has an activated ability. Speaker is interesting. So tutors for a creature. I don't know how much. Like, tutoring Seeker of Skybreak is really good. Maybe that's worth it. Its ability also in a pinch can draw you cards to untap stuff. This probably once for middle speaker. Yeah. Let me close out some of these. Okay. Cabbage Merchant also very strong. I think in the CEDH version that you would play this, but I think in a bracket 4, it's not as useful. Yeah, I have not looked at this for a little while, so it's funny. Daily Bugle Building would be a consideration for this deck because it's a land that can target Hojo. That's another thing that's pretty relevant here, is that Hojo just by itself becomes a draw engine with a lot of other cards. Anything that can target. Like, that's why Okina is in here. This is not a good card, but it targets. Like, Mishra's Factory, you can pay 1, animate it, tap it, target itself, draw a card. It just doesn't need much to do the thing. Dominion Bracelet is fascinating. Maybe that goes in the CEDH version. I don't know. Maybe that just goes in this version. Because, like, we're doing Voltron. Bobbleheads are slow for sure. Because this helps against some of the strategies, like, that you struggle against. Like, we're not interacting well on the stack. You can just make somebody play their Thassa's Oracle. I think this is worth a consideration. But we're getting back to Final Fantasy, and that for sure Tezzeret. Do we run Tezzeret? We do have a lot of artifacts. 28 artifacts. It is an activated ability that targets, so it can draw a card with Hojo. And it tutors a lot of really relevant pieces. Commander's Plate, Jute, Pip-Boy. It's got a lot of targets. But I don't know. Yeah, and now we're back in Final Fantasy. I don't think that's worth it. Because we don't get a ton out of that. Okay. So I think we found the cards that I would consider for this deck. Do we do daily bugle building? This is like actually possible. Do we care about twiddling effects? Not at all. Like, well, okay, we care about twiddling effects that are repeatable. If they are an activated ability that twiddles, then very definitely yes. They just have to be cheap, because like this is kind of a twiddle. This is one of the best cards in the entire deck. I guess I should be looking at interaction too. Like, what spells have we have there been any like really good green spells? Meh. Not really. Oh yeah, saddlebags too inefficient. It's a good thought, but that card is way too inefficient for this deck. Yeah, what are the best like green spells that have come out in the past couple sets? There's not really been any like equipment either. I do legal standard, EDH rec ranked. We're on Archdruid's Charm, right? Yeah. I think his deck list is just very tight. I considered just playing Agatha Soul Cauldron because the card is super messed up. And it does target. It does target. You can use this to draw cards. And then it does also allow you to, like, oh, they killed my Seeker of Skybreak. Great. I make another Seeker of Skybreak. I should probably be on it. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know if I have cuts for that. Yeah. Oh, the other cool thing is all of the swords, Buster Sword and like Sword of Blank and Blank, Hodra just curves out into. Because he comes down on turn 2. On turn 3, you can play a 3-cost sword, equip for free, swing. It's pretty good. Yeah, I don't think there's been much. I considered Leyline Axe. It's only good if it's in your opening hand. But whoo boy, is it good. Sword of Hearth and Home. The problem with Sword of Hearth and Home is that if Hojo has pro green, then I can't protect him with a lot of stuff. And I can't target him with a lot of activated abilities. Yeah, Badger Mole. Do we run Badger Mole here? I don't think so. I don't think it works with the deck. I think our deck is too good for Badger Mole Cub. Yeah. Okay. I think there's just not a lot that this deck was going to get. So do we have 3 cuts? I've been trying to decide if I want this Beast Within or not. I don't know. I don't really like. We are in mono green, so we don't have a lot of options for destroying certain things. But I probably just put like a strip mine in the lands and don't worry about it. Like, this is probably just not good enough. Yeah, you have to make sure there's a lot of like artifacts, enchantment removal, because you get shut out by like Null Rod and stuff. Yeah, look at this tech, Elephant Grass, baby. Green ghostly prison. Give me more 1 mana equipment. Emerald Medallion? Nah, don't need it. I was like, look at all these single pipped cards that we're playing. Like, the number of cards that Emerald Medallion actually reduces is like nothing. Because we have a ton of artifacts, so it doesn't reduce those. Ton of only colored pip cards. Yeah, all right. So we probably want the strip mine. Want a strip mine. We cut a forest. Right, so Dominion Bracelet. Is this actually... It's in my deck? Ew, who did this? I'm like over here being like, yeah, that'd be a really bad choice. I would never add that to my deck. Dominion Bracelets. Like, this might not... We might not actually be Voltronning hard enough for this to be played realistically. But what I like about it is that to get it on the board is pretty cheap. I think I need to play this deck some more and see how like how likely it's getting to those numbers. Like how often it's getting to be able to actually use this ability. Is Nettlecyst in here? It's not. It's not, because it's again like adding raw power is not super useful for this. If I'm adding raw power, I either want it to be stupid cheap, or I want it to be doing something else like Staff of Titania, which is building me a board. Wow. Hello to you, person of a very interesting name. Yeah, so okay, there's the adjustments I would make to that deck. If anybody is interested, there is the deck list. Okay. Which stack piece do I consider the most salty? Oh yeah, Hojo Jojo is like the subtitle. Saltiest stacks piece. I mean, like, it's probably Stasis, right? That's able to come down so fast. Mr. Maniacal, appreciate it. I don't know. As someone who enjoys the puzzle that Stacks creates, I'm probably not the best person to ask. I don't play a lot of Stacks, but I certainly don't, like, it doesn't make me salty playing against it in the same way that a lot of other people do. Okay. Let me see if Nerd Girl's planning to stream again. Did I have Scrib Ranger? I didn't have Scrib Ranger. It was in consideration, but I think bouncing a forest is too high a cost. Pro Blue Flyer blocks a lot of commanders. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know why you're worried though, Nurgle. I play badly all the time. In fact, we made a whole commander show about it. But yeah, if there's anybody that could use that should be taking it easy when they're not feeling good, it is you. All right. Well, I maybe I might end our stream a little bit early then, just because uh, there's also other work to be done. I do want to. I'll mention some thoughts that are in my head, just so that since we're on that topic, this is a deck that I plan to build sometime soon, like sometime very soon. I think this commander is really powerful. It seems like a really straightforward effect. Seems like a really common effect. But I think putting it in the command zone allows you to start creating a little counter engine that is that's like really strong, and the fact that you are always threatening to blow somebody's removal out means that you don't get touched. Because you just start putting counters on things like Generous Pup or the White Micaeus, and then it puts counters on all of your stuff, including refilling the Duke. Yeah, I think Mom in the command zone is really strong. Now, it's certainly not my typical style of here's a really weird commander and I'm doing some incredibly unique stuff. I think it's very straightforward. But I think the thing that's interesting about it is that it's so like, if I sit down with this anywhere, people are gonna be like, "Oh, you know we're playing like bracket 3. You know we're playing bracket 4, right? Like, do you wanna switch decks?" And I'll be like, "No. You'll see." The other one, this is one of the least built commanders. I've made shorts about both of these, but this is one of the least built commanders of the past few years. I think if we go, Scryfall is commander, let's say legal standard, and we sort by EDH rec rank. Descending? Yeah. So once you make your way through the ones that are like, obviously these are not good commanders, like these are made for draft. And then we'll have some of the Lorwyn ones here because they are new and people have not made them. Here's Annie Flash, all the way down here. all the way down here. Look at the cards that are getting played more often in Commander than Anti-Flash. Gyat. Sundial. A vanilla 3/3 for 2 is getting played more than Anti-Flash. Now, this is counting cards in the 99, but like still, Ukbingbok is getting played more often than Anti-Flash. Who's putting this in the 99? I built a deck with this, and it was outrageous. I think I built it within the confines of bracket 2, and it dominated the clock time, which is like not what I want out of bracket 2, but it's why I'm thinking about it. I was able to just like cast pretty much my entire deck and then win via Halo Fountain. So I'm going to try to push this as far as I can go with it. But I think that's what's interesting to me is like that this is so far down the list of cards that people paid attention to. It breaks a lot of the things that people are like 6-mana commander, unplayable, bad card. Oh, Naya, but doesn't doesn't hit people in the face, bad card. Oh, the ETB is only a cast trigger, bad card. Oh, Impulse Draw, terrible mechanic. No, man. Not when your creature spells have Convoke. Turns out there's at least 4 ways to give this Convoke. So you Convoke it out. You return something from your graveyard to the battlefield. You tap it using a lot of like the station lands or like a smuggler's copter or all kinds of different things. Yeah, reconnaissance, excellent with it. And then you sacrifice it or you do whatever else to put it back in the command zone where you can then just convoke it back onto the battlefield. You know, you can also just tap and untap it a bunch of times to draw a ton of cards. Was like this gives spells you cast from exile convoke. It's so strong. Yeah. I'm like on this kick of trying to highlight commanders and cards and strategies that people have been taught are bad. Because there's a lot of just commonly accepted things in Commander because there's a billion cards. There's so many cards to process that people just write things off automatically because they've been told certain things are not good. I'm here to shake things up. Just wait. Just you all wait. All right. I think that's been a pretty good stream for today. I will get back to doing some other work. And so, yeah. Thanks, everybody. It's been a good day. Really appreciate getting to look at some more unique decks and your help with building the Ghoul and our party deck. I think those will be a real good time on the show. Let me see. Do we have a good raid destination? Oh, you know what? We never get to raid Mauled. Yeah, there we go. It's eternally one step ahead of me, nerd girl. Cool. Thanks, everybody. As always, I will be streaming every Wednesday and sometime soon another day of the week as well. We do deck techs. We deck build for the show. Yeah. I will see you all soon.